Hello, everyone. Welcome in. Thank you, sweetie. I love you so much. Welcome in, Jim. Much appreciated for the raid. Hope you're doing well today. Jim. There we go. Welcome in, Jim. So, those of you who don't already follow Jim, you should definitely check him out where he does art most of the time, but occasionally played up in a couple other games. Perhaps you were in both streams. I know Jim was looking for you earlier. So Jim, do you have an art text you'd like to show us today? Welcome in, everyone. Let's see here. Today's early bird was Pepper Skunk. Let me go ahead and pull that one up. D7, your previous request probably only has like 1 or 2 slots left before it is done. Like, the amount of time that passes doesn't change whether it's done or not. You need to actually contribute slots to it for it to be finished. Let's see here. Pepper Skunk, who got the worm. We have made a lot of progress on this one. I believe right now we are working on shading. So, like I keep telling people, how soon your request gets done is completely up to you, since you are the one who gets all of the request slots for it. The faster you get... Someone just used the cat redeem and the spooky redeem at the same time and scared the poof out of me. Y'all are killing me. Aha, Mushkin. She has her own redeem now. So I'm gonna show it without the puppy kisses showing up on top of it. Here we go. And it's gonna play the promotion for it again. So just a heads up about that. It didn't work, did it? No, yes it did. Yes it did. Excellent. Yes, Mushkin. That's right. I made a whole heckin' emote for you. Or a whole heckin' animation for you. Not an emote. Just a second. Let me pull up the save file. Uh-oh. I did a bunch of animation in the save file, so I guess we're not using the save file, which means I'm just going to pull up the exported versions as references. Here it is, sweetie Mushkin, so you can see it more fully. Because I love you and I had to draw you in my style, even though that makes 0 sense to do so. There we go, sweetie. I know, right? Y'all are comboing me right now. I can't even escape the jump scare. It's so scurry. Uh-huh, uh-huh. Alright, so I need... Where the heck's my timer program? There we go. This is a 10-minute early bird bonus. Let's go ahead and start. Uh-huh, it's very spooky. We also got a hydrate from a Lurie Duke. Let me grab my water bottle. Give it a shake. I probably should have filled this up before I started, but oh well. I definitely need to get more animated emotes. Very silly that I make all these. I have all these assets ready to go for my Halloween streams and can only use them for like 1 month. Very frustrating. Wish there were more spooky months in the year. Like, I get that Halloween cannot be year round, and that's fine, but like, maybe just like 2 months or 3 months that were spooky and they could have different spooky themes, you know? That would be nice. Very spookin'. Uh-huh, uh-huh. It's very important. Uh-huh. It is unfortunate that I can only use this one during October. Okay. It's true. We need like a second or maybe a third spooky month. And we have more jump scares. Thank you very much. I agree. I agree. I have to prioritize a couple others first, though. I don't want to say who I'm going to make one for next, because it's going to be another surprise, but you know. And besides, we already added Silver and Coco and Misamo-chan on the ending screen. Let me just show the ending screen real quick. My stream's not actually ending, I'm just showing off the ending screen. Pretty cool, huh? And we have this little poem that goes off here, but you can see Silver, Coco, and Misamo-chan in there. Sure did. Yeah, I agree. She really could. She's kind of really good for it. I think originally I was planning to do that ending screen using that, you know, that spooky art style I normally do, but I ended up deciding against it at the last second once I'd finished the sketch layer. There were just too many characters on the screen that relied on being cartoons, and I'm like, this is super risky, and I need to get it done today, which means I need to get it done fast, and getting it done fast means lining and cell shading. So that's why it ended up looking the way it did. But I think it turned out all right. It's not very thematically cohesive with the rest of the assets I made, though, so maybe I will. If I have time, I'll make another ending screen. One that actually looks like my starting soon and my returning soon screens. And I should probably find a different poem next year. I'm using a Twisted song because I'm hoping to use a Twisted song for a project later this month that should be coming out closer to Halloween. Coming out closer to 10/31, should I say. There is not a single Twisted fan in this entire chat, so I'm sure no one gets it. And everyone is judging me harshly for liking Juggalo music. I know, I know. Literally voted worst band in the world, I'm aware. Do tell, do tell. Read a batter. But yes, that is very good news, Coco. I'm very glad to hear that. Are you going to be able to use it? Because I was under the impression you didn't have a PC. Because, yeah, if you had a PC, you could totally do that Dead by Daylight stream you were talking about. I don't think I'm going to be doing any more Dead by Daylight streams. Maybe like once next year, but no. Gaming while live just isn't my thing. No, it's spelled like this. I think. Double check. Probably no. Yeah, it is. That that was certainly a way to pronounce that. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. Uh-huh, that twisted. There's only 3 mods, period. Like, I mean, unless you're counting me as a mod. That reminds me, I needed to send a message in the mod chat. I do not want cool highlighting. Absolutely not. Warm highlighting, dang it. Oh, that is so much better. Why am I on the highlighting? I need to finish the shadow. What am I doing with my life? Huh. Well, that is a good point. Wow, this barely shows up at all. I'm gonna make a new layer and make the opacity a bit higher. But yeah, we are making plenty of progress on this today. I am very excited for this month. We got 40 seconds left on this one. I really want to get a lot done. This one has been close to completion for a while now, and if we could just get it done, then I'd be ready to upload it. And again, it's not, even if it does get ready to upload today, it's not going to be uploaded. I'm going to add another minute. Even if it does get done today, it's not going to be uploaded until November because I'm only uploading spooky stuff in October. So all of the non-spooky stuff that is completed right now is scheduled for November. Which means it's probably going to get uploaded during my hiatus. Probably fine. Realize something about this. Realize these should be shaded on this side. The light is coming slightly from the side. Here we go. Oh, did the music stop again? I really hope it didn't. Let me check. Okay, we have the ding anyway, even though I added a minute. Oh, Vivek Abhishek is offering me a membership to the channel, so I'm not doing that. But y'all should definitely check out Vivek Abhishek anyway. It's really good royalty-free music. Absolutely amazing. Y'all can actually hear it, right? Because I turned it pretty far down today. Let me get a louder song. No, my playlist hasn't been picking up this entire time. All right, let's see what I can do about that. Let me also turn the volume down in general. Properties. Chrome. We're going to go ahead and start the playlist over. Sorry about that, everyone. I didn't realize that that was occurring. There we go. That's a decently loud song, and it should be slightly louder. I'm gonna go with this one. This one's actually really loud. Yeah, I need to see what it's going to be at its max volume, so that's perfect. Negative 35 seems to be the right amount, because I'm talking at around negative 30 and negative 25. So y'all still should be able to hear me, especially while it's quiet, and a lot of the songs are quiet. Let me know if it starts to overpower any of my talking and if I need to turn it down or anything. You're so silly, Ariel. Welcome in, welcome in. As you can see, we are doing art today. I am not normally a gaming streamer. We are working on this art request for Pepper Skunk, who just ran out of time. Pepper Skunk used the early bird bonus, which only gives 10 minutes, but it's basically free. I am not surprised. That pretty much seems to be what... Oh, I did not finish shading that jacket. Okay, I'm gonna have to do that next time. is really loud on my end, despite how low I turned it down. Anyway, so yeah, I feel like the cross promotion and all the characters that Fortnite owns is basically the only thing it has going for it. Because, like, it's not really different from PUBG, and the gameplay loop isn't really that unique or good. You know. Dropping hot takes around here. But I mean, with all the time they've had to develop it, I'm sure it's a well-refined version of that kind of genre. We have to play an ad real quick. I'll see everyone in 60 seconds. But thank you for coming in, Ariel Florence. Let me know if you would like to participate and get a art request. Also, if you are an artist, do tell. Does anyone know Coco's current request? Yeah, it's Aleph and Noel. Sorry. It was right here, right in front of me. I can't believe it. My eye kept going over top of it. We're not even back from ad break, so it's not like anyone can hear me. Alright. Pattern layer, check, check, check. And of course, we didn't do that. I'm gonna have to do this twice. Oh well. So I have to change the timer real quick. I have to change it manually because the rest of these are going to be 15. Isn't that right? The next two are going to be 15 minutes and then we'll have a super slot. This is already the wrong color because I presumed it was going on both sides of the canvas because I thought I had my symmetry tools on. So frustrating. I'll figure it out. Okay, looks like we have some extra slots. Perfect. Welcome in, John Nova. Well, basic slot was the only one left available, dear. Like, all the super slots are taken. And you already used your sub slot, so that means that basic was the only one that you could have used. The only one left anyway. Early bird's already claimed, you already used your sub slot, all the super slots are taken, basics are the only ones left. According to my count, I think we only have one basic slot left. That means there is one slot left in this entire stream. So if anyone wants to claim it, now's the time. B709, now would be a great time, and we could probably get your request done. What am I doing? Let's just do this. What did you think you did, sweetie? I'm so confused. That is a good idea. Super slots are the most efficient. Fluff, I erased part of this. Dang it. It's tricky. That's alright, sweetie. I don't know how you would even do that in the first place, but I loves you forever. So there is not a Misa command, but there is a Misa redeem, Ariel. You should definitely check it out. You just go to the redeems menu and click the meow button. Hidden secret slot somehow. I'm not sure how I would do that. Maybe I would do like a command, give people like a riddle, and like the answer to the riddle would be like a command that would unlock a secret request slot. That actually sounds like an interesting idea that I want to look into. Is excellent. We got a meow of the Moshkin. Okay, these are actually the correct colors for the belly patterns on each one, but I'm just gonna have to redo it from scratch over here. There has got to be a faster way to do this, so I'm gonna focus on doing the outline and then use my fill tool to do some of the work for me. It's just so dang close to the wrist mark and it's driving me nuts. And like, I can't use a selection mask to do it automatically. I have to try to watch my barriers manually. Okay, now just get these outlying edges colored in. I can use my fill tool to save myself some trouble. Making plenty of progress. Okay, I can stop doing this and I can use the fill tool and then fix the mistakes that the fill tool always makes. It's not a very effective tool. Well, I mean, it does some efficiency, but like, I hate that I always have to pick up after it afterwards. Oh well. Let's remove the sketches layer. That looks pretty close. There's a little bump over here. Needs to be smoothed out. I think that looks about right. Check, check, check. Thank you for the bits, Amanrada. Welcome to the stream. As you can see, we are doing art requests as usual. We did something a little different, I think, last week, but today we are doing art requests. I might actually be done with the pattern layer. Let's go ahead and take a look. Horn stripes, check. Ear stripes, check. Wrist stripes, check. Foot stripes, check. Tummy pattern, check. Ear pattern, check. Tail dot, check. We are... oh, and of course, eyeshadow, check. Let's lock my pattern layer and let's start doing these shadows. Oh dang, I really need to come up with something for the lighting on this. So my first instinct is to go just like this one and put some bright light right in the middle. Huh. Oh, I know what I'm gonna do. Okay. Or at least I think I do. So back on the Mischief Horn one, what I did was I had cool color shading and highlighting on one side and warm color on the other. So maybe I should do that. I think that would be pretty cool. Well, to do that, I think I'm going to start with the background and make my decisions based on that. So we're not going to go with this. We need much darker. 20. Give me maximum opacity. Excellent. And I guess we'll use this light layer. Grab this yellow. And be a different value. And let's dial down the saturation. Opacity. This is going to have a lot of overlap, but I want it to be a good spherical shape that's even on all sides. So therefore, I have to use my symmetry tools. That put value over here? It fluffing better not have. That actually looks like it's behind them, and if it's behind them, it's going to do rim lighting. I'm tempted to make two versions of this, one that's rim lit and one that's not. Let's start with the one that's not, because I'm sure that's the one that Coco wants the most. Hey Coco, if you decide you don't want me to do a rim lighting version of this, let me know, because I kind of want to try to make a rim lighting version of this. But I'm going to do a normal lighting version first. So then we're going to remove those. We're going to lock the alpha on this layer. And then we're going to grab this color instead and do the same thing we did with the other one and bring it to 99 and 50%. So which side should have yellow cast onto it and which side should have blue cast onto it? I think I'm going to cast blue onto the yellow creature and yellow onto the blue creature. See if I can get this nice and even through the middle. Turn up the opacity on this so that it's more of a blend between the colors and not just a line through the middle. There we go. That's pretty blended, I think. We have another hydrate from Jim Jim Jim. Even though the TTS hasn't said it yet. Let me grab my water bottle and give it a shake. And that killed the last water in my water bottle, which I have to take a break momentarily and go fill it up. I think I'll do that during our next commercial in a minute or two here. So I'm liking this. Not only am I liking this how it is, I'm thinking, oh yeah, we're going to bring it up here so that it's in front of them and not behind them. Something's wrong with it. Hold on. What if we erase the edges? I feel like it goes out just a bit too far. Ah, geez, that's way too much opacity on that brush, and we're almost out of time, dang it. I want to work on this more. We're on the fun part, y'all. You don't understand. I love the shading. The highlight. I get to make things pretty. Oh yeah, I think I'll use this smaller one for the light up front, and then I kind of like doing it like this. Okay, I have some edits I need to do on this, and I definitely want to put one back on the background layer as well, but you know, have that one be wait. Oh, that's interesting. Oh, I think that works. Well, that works really well. Hold on. Fluffin' heck. Move this one. Lower lights to get a lot more. That way it kind of looks like both. I don't know. I definitely want to mess with this more and get the lighting right because I need to determine exactly where the lighting is, how it looks, how strong it is to be able to do the rest. All right, everyone, it's time for a commercial break, and I'm going to have to go refill my water bottle. I'll be right back. I also have to send a message to my mod team real quick, because I was trying to plan something earlier and forgot to. Sorry for the wait, everyone. I'm back. So, Jim, I'm pretty sure that your Puppy Kisses redeem didn't go off because I wasn't on the main screen. So, I'm going to go ahead and redeem it now for you. Excellent. All right. Let's get back to work. Who's next on the list? It looks like we have Coco for Coco Picks. We're done with that one. And I don't hear my music. Oh, that's why. Music's back. So we're gonna play, I guess we have to play another ad real quick because I was gone for too long. And then we're starting on Misamo-chan, who has half an hour. Okay, so we are well into October now. Do we have any plans for October yet? I still want to try to hit up a haunted house and maybe a corn maze. We'll have to see how much time I have, though. I am behind on some of my projects that I need to get done by the end of the month. This whole week, I got pretty much nothing done. I was very upset about it. Ended up continually getting, like, various distractions and stuff. Welcome in, huge Bowser Ball. Hope you're doing well. I believe I sent you an update. Well, I believe I posted an update for you in the Whip channel on the Discord. They're playing the same song I use for my intro. This is called Forest of Spirits by Vivek Abhishek, and this is the song I use for my little intro music, or my little intro video that y'all have been seeing lately. go back to my sketches layer and try to fix this. I guess I need to hide the foreground. Let me just reduce the opacity on the foreground so I know where it was. I think this is the layer I need to adjust. Okay. There we go. We have a poll going. Definitely be sure to check out the poll and tell me about what's going on. So as you can see, we are working on these cats today. I know these cats in real life, and this one in particular is not this fat. Believe me, we definitely have a fat cat laying right here next to me. The incredibly fat on his little kitty pillow when he purrs his little brains out. Baby with a head empty and a little blep. He's got the cutest little blep. But the other one is not very chonky. He's got a very fluffy pooch though. Little kitty pooch. Yeah. So I need to try to include that. No, it doesn't really come through in lines because it's all fluffy. I'm just gonna make him thin and leave the other one fat. This one is a kitten who's rather lean. We're actually gonna stick with this. Have it go down like that. It's a more muscular looking animal. The kitten has so much murder in her little heart. You don't understand. She's always running around trying to kill stuff. I've been on the wrong layer. Okay, we are not done though, because I need to fix the necks. I can't go back to the lines yet. The neck goes here and like... Welcome in, Gold Recluse. What would you like for your next request? For those of you who don't know, Golden Recluse's request is complete. It was of Kuchisaki Onna, and it was a two-parter that had a masked version and an unmasked version. I can't show the unmasked version on stream because if y'all know who Kuchisaki Onna is, you'll know exactly why I can't show that on screen, on stream. It's pretty grim, just seeing her face. But in the legend of Kuchisaki Onna, she will approach you and be wearing like one of those little COVID masks. I mean, we call them COVID masks now, lol. But yeah, she'll be wearing a mask, and even though she was popular way before COVID, but she'll be wearing a mask, and she will say "Watashi kirei," which means "Am I pretty?" Aha, Catercycle, thank you so much for the subscription. All your support helps make this stream possible. Aha, she will say "Watashi kirei." If you say no, then she'll kill you with scissors. So pretty straightforward there. So if you say yes, then she will remove her mask and say "Kore demo" and ask "Kore demo," which has a couple translations, which can mean "How about now?" or "What about this?" And then if you say no, then she will cut you in half with the scissors. You know, not only is she killing you, she's cutting you in half with the scissors. So, like, that's, I don't know, twice as dead or something. Not sure what the point is there, but anyway. So, if you say yes again, that she is still pretty despite the scars on her face, she will cut your face with the scissors and give you scars just like hers. She is a very scary urban legend who has roots in yokai folklore. Welcome in, Astrid. Good to see you today. Hope you're doing well. We were just talking about the request I finished for the Golden Recluse of Kuchisaki Onna. Why are these necks looking so dang bad? I get them to work, dang it. Next on the list is John Nova. We are currently working on Misamo-chan. There, I believe, is one basic request slot left. So if you want a request today, better grab it fast. Although, keep in mind, you can keep saving up for a super slot, which is very efficient with your points. But yeah, so some people have suggested the only way to survive an encounter with the Kuchisaki Onna is to confuse her. Sorry about that. I actually have my microphone turned up to like maximum all the time, but unless it's like right in front of my face, people sometimes have a hard time hearing me. I'll go ahead and turn the music down so that it's even easier to hear me. That was my mic. Oh, okay. Well, I guess everyone's going to be hearing me better now anyway, because I don't feel like changing it back. But anyway, so as I was saying, there are some people that speculate that the best way to try to survive the Kuchisaki Onna, an encounter with her anyway, is to try to confuse her. So say an answer that is not quite a yes or no. She'll still kill you, but it gives you enough time to run away. Well, it gives you enough time to get a little bit of a head start, and if you can run well enough or you can get to some help on time, then you might survive. And that is the best strat that people know for defeating the Kuchisaki Yona. Oh no! Wait, did you use a YouTube slot? Let me check. I missed that. Number 1, wave, buy slot, exclamation mark, slot. Dawson Gator resumed slot for 3,000 points. They have 520 points left in 15 minutes. That is correct. You did. Let me go ahead and add that to the list. Thank you for reminding me, Zon. Much apologies for not seeing that earlier. I tend to focus on the Twitch side of things because the YouTube side of things is not very good at promoting live content. I mean, Twitch clearly ain't very good at promoting live content. Have you seen the Twitch viewer numbers lately? Like, just look at the graph and they, like, the last month or two have gone into, like, this death spiral. Does anyone know why that is? Why people have suddenly stopped watching Twitch out of nowhere in mass? Like, it is just nuts how fast those numbers are just plummeting. I mean, I would expect Twitch's numbers to go down just naturally a bit because, like, it received a huge boost during COVID, and it makes sense COVID is over, that it would slowly, that peak would slowly go down, but nah, it's just plummeted recently. And yeah, you're right, I have no idea how fast the Kuchisaki Yona runs. Yeah, I mean, with the confusing question, you get like a second or two head start. And then she has to chase you down and stab you with scissors, which are not exactly... I mean, her scissors are pretty big, but, you know, as far as, you know, battlefield weapons go and chasing someone down, it's not that big. Like, if I'm chasing someone down with a knife, that's pretty tough for me. But if I'm chasing someone down with a spear, I only have to get a little close. What? That's nuts. Are you sure? Is that really confirmed? I don't know, like, you say that, but, like, would that reflect in Twitch's, like, overall viewer counts on stats? Like, why would they want to make it even appear like their viewer counts were going down? I don't know. It's probably pressure from the ad sponsors so that, like, the ads can actually be worth more. I remember hearing something a while back on how Twitch ads had, like, an insanely low click-through rate. Which, like, I mean, fair. Who the heck cares about any of these sponsors that they show us? Like, what are they, DoorDash and car commercials? Like, if you don't already use DoorDash, you're not going to start using DoorDash because of a Twitch ad. I don't know. That is a good question, because I didn't finish it, but I started watching the Kuchisaki Yona movie, and, like, she's clearly got supernatural powers and is not just a literal scary lady walking around. So teleporting is not out of the question, and she did some weird, really weird supernatural stuff that's, like, absolutely not explainable. So clearly she does have some powers. You gotta keep in mind, she's based off of, like, an old yokai legend. Yeah, like, it's super weird what what theme they're trying to do in, like, the Kuchisaki Onna movie. Like, she's apparently in the movie, she's all about, like, punishing people who abuse children. And I'm like, where the heck in the entire legend or folklore did they get that interpretation? That is, like, the strangest thing. I am so confused by it. We're gonna need a second paw out here. Yes. Control C, Control V, Control T, T, Control T. Yeah, Krita has this weird glitch where, like, if you've already used the, transform tool and then, like, you can't go back to it if you click like anything else. So what you have to do to trick it is go back to the normal transform tool and then use the, special transform tool again. Let's go back to this lines layer. Control C, Control V, Control T. Rotate. Paw showing up just behind here. Let's go ahead and erase this. Yeah, so I should probably finish that movie and see like what the heck's going on, because it is very... like, I just don't understand why they would take that approach. Oh yeah, that's true, that's true. I mean, I guess I'm glad I already made affiliate, but like, yeah, it's insanely difficult to make partner as it is, and now it's even more difficult. It's been going on for a while actually, so I don't think that could be it. Oops, wrong layer. There we go. La Llorona. That is also a really good legend. You know, now that you mention it, like, maybe that's the direction they're going with it, because La Llorona has, like, notoriously has child abuse in her, backstory. Yeah, I mean, I suppose there's that. I mean, I'm sure there's an excuse they gave us. But the side effect is, you know, bonus for them, they don't have to pay as many partners. Lines on some of these tails are a bit too wobbly, so I'm gonna try redoing them and see if I can do better. I'm very sad that we had half an hour to work on this and I didn't get to start on coloring. I had to go back and fix some problems on the sketch layer, but that's the thing with the sketch layer, is it's like sadly the most important layer, because if your sketch layer is not good, the rest is going to be bad. Hey Sammy. Hi Nelson. Are you looking to beat up Sammy? Oh my gosh, is he in your way? Are you having a hard time finding a way down from the desk? Nelson is such an old cutie. Welcome in. Welcome back, Mohammed. Are you looking to use a request slot today? Oh, that was scary. The program froze for a second. That's the real terror. Losing the progress on the drawing. Alright, that sounds good. That sounds good. I know, right? Ironically, the save function is like the most intensive thing on this program. Like, it freezes like 9 out of 10 times while it is trying to save, and saving is the thing that causes it to freeze. And I have an autosave set for every 4 minutes, so every which one I'll be doing like a really heavy, graphically intensive task at the same time that the autosave hits, and that's what causes it. Wow, this is completely wrong. The tangent lines are really messing up over here. Let me see what I can do. Yeah, so like ironically, the thing you want to do while it's freezing is the thing that frequently causes freezing. I haven't had any crashes in a long time though. Like, that was honestly what killed me doing art for like a year or so when I first bought a tablet. Like, I was pretty excited when I first bought my first tablet to start doing art. I did a couple drawings, and then like I was quite a ways through something and it crashed, and then it did it again for like the next project, and like it just kept happening. It was basically every couple hours it would crash, and it took me a very long time to draw things back then because I was very bad at this. I mean, it still takes me a long time to draw things now. I am not a fast artist, but like, yeah, I quit for like the longest time, and then when I came back, and it happened again, I'm like, wow, fluff this, and I spent hours looking for it. Turns out it was just a setting. Yeah, the autosave was just a setting. Oh no, wait, no, I remember. Back then, there was, no, it wasn't a setting. There was a mod for it back then. But now it's just a setting. Like, I don't know if you guys can see this. Configure Krita. No, you cannot. It does not show up as part of the Krita window. It, opens up in a different window. so I can't actually show you this. But yeah, general, file handling. Click enable autosaving, autosave interval every 4 minutes. Unnamed autosave files are hidden by default. Excellent. Oof, ha. I don't think I had enough of a breakfast. I was supposed to eat that grapefruit in addition to the bowl of broccoli beef, but I did not. But no, I feel like the reason it doesn't crash as much is because I'm on a better computer. But it totally used to happen on my old computer all the time. And like I had it saved for once every 2 minutes. And that managed to keep me from ever losing too much data. I think it's time to start coloring. Okay, so I'm gonna grab this color here and see what it thinks. I like that hue. We're sticking with that hue. Gave me 15% saturation, but I'm thinking for most of this we're gonna go with 10. We're gonna do a nice 30 for the dark parts. And a nice 50 for the gray parts. A lot of these kitties are gray. Oh no, I never did noses on these two kitties, dang it. Okay, well, let's grab this one. See what we're looking at here. Kind of a brownish orange, so I want to turn that up a bit. Because without the context, it just looks brown. I'm gonna try 70. That's much more orange, much better. Dang it, there's more things I forgot. This is very frustrating. I never even sketched in the noses, so I have to draw them by hand now. And we have a ding. Tracks. Alright, let me turn my notes layer back on. Let me remove all of these corrections. And let me go ahead and alright, I think that will do the trick. Because we are out of time and we have to move on to the next one. So we're going to play an ad real quick. I'll see everyone in 60 seconds. After that, we are doing the request for John Nova. Which is also cat related. Uh-huh. I think I'd probably go cutesy for that one. For sure. It could probably be done by December. Well, by the end of December anyway. Because as y'all know, I'm going on a hiatus in November. Not sure if I announced this yet, but I officially decided on the dates for my hiatus. It's going to be from November 1st to November 23rd. And I'm going to be running a stream on November 24th to bring awareness to non-24-hour syndrome. For those of you who don't know, I have non-24-hour syndrome, which is a rare sleep disorder. Welcome in, Super Johnny 91. I hope you're doing well. Right now we are working on a request for John Nova. That is good to hear. That is good to hear. I hope you got some cool plans for Spooky Month. Welcome in, Foxy Fox. Hope you're doing well as well. And I likewise hope you have good plans for Spooky Month. I did a poll earlier. I'll have to check the results. Someone will have to remind me to check the results once we are done with this request here. But yes, I would love to see what everyone is doing for October during Spooky Month. Just a second. Let me check something real quick. Okay, let me check my exports folder. I'm pretty sure Super Johnny's was finished, wasn't it? It was either finished or it was very close to being finished. I can't remember which. Okay, I don't see it in the exports. I'm gonna look it up in the saves. That's awesome to hear. Oh, I see where we're at. We have to finish the highlighting on this. You're almost done, Super Johnny, so there's just some highlighting left on this and a little bit of shading. Yeah, looks like we haven't done any of the shading on Jotaro at all. Yeah, all you gotta do, Johnny, is finish your current request and then comment your next one into the chat. Dang, I'm pretty sure my best friend growing up has a birthday on October 24th as well. What do you mean by car? But yeah, I mean, you can say what your request is, but keep in mind, like, or what you're thinking or what you're planning or whatever, but keep in mind, You have to finish the previous one, and that means finishing the shading and the highlight. Which is the fun part. The part that really makes it pop. Okay, let me get some better posture and scooch my tablet further forward so I can maybe get some better lines. Need to fully engage my arm with each brush stroke. Yeah, the struggle is real. I am definitely going to be trying to bring awareness to it this 24th, and who knows, maybe I'll have my condition actually under control by then. I would love to be able to tell y'all that. I actually am going to be starting on a new sleeping pill soon, because even though I'm on that one that supposedly works, like we finally have a treatment that works for like 9 out of 10 cases of non-24-hour syndrome. Unfortunately, it doesn't work for me because it causes RLS flare-ups. Sounds good. Remember, the super request slots are twice the amount of time for only slightly more points, so they are the most worthwhile request slot. I mean, besides subscription slots, obviously. And I suppose, obviously, besides the early bird, but the early bird has a lot of stiff competition on it. I will certainly try to finish it. If you want to push the button now, I will at least make progress, but I'll certainly try. That's a sub slot, silly. Subscriber slots are for subscribers. There you go, the basic slot. I have added you to the list. I am going to do my best to finish it today. We will see, because keep in mind I have to do all the shading for Jotaro, finish up a little bit of the shading on Fasha, and then do all the highlighting on both of them. But that is my favorite part, so one way or another, it'll be very fun. And that is all the request slots for today. Oh, it looks like it was Foxy Fox who accidentally redeemed the sub slot. But yeah, that is all the request slots for today. The only ones left are subscriber slots, and to get a subscriber slot, you have to be a paying subscriber. Keep in mind, as long as you are watching, you are gaining points, which you can potentially use during the next stream. And sorry about that, Foxy. You were about a second off, and Super Johnny got to it first. Well done, Super Johnny, and congratulations. And there's the announcement, like a year later. I think my music stopped again. I'm gonna have to check on that. So give me a second or two. I might have created a tangent line. Continue watching. Yes. Okay, let's resume this one, and I'm going to see if I can remove my tangent line. It's not very good at removing the tangent line, but oh well. Let's see how bad it looks once I add in the rest of the lines. If anyone can even see it's there. I know I read some recently, but like I kind of just binged through them and just... Yeah, binged through them like instantly. Give me just a second. There was a really good one I read recently. I definitely want to talk about. Okay, the comic I read recently is called Nine Crow. It's on Webtoon. That one was really good. Descriptions. I also really like Everything is Fine, but I'm waiting for the final season to come out before I read it again. Really good. There's this one comic called Little Vermin. I think it's both on Tapas and Webtoon. Let me check. I know Tapas gives much better pay splits, even though it has less viewers. Yeah, Little Vermin on Tapas by Emily something or other. Emily NK. I also follow her on social medias. This comic is exactly what I aspire to. It is both horrifyingly spooky, but also impossibly cute. Yeah, that one's so great. Oh my fluff, they're like getting to the end of it now, and like things are getting super intense. And I have to know. I have to know why everything is the way it is, what happened, and just... it's horrifying. It's a car crash. You can't look away. Thank you for the meow. Very important to show off my darling precious life partner, Misamo-chan. Dang, you're scaring us right as we're talking about spooky comics. Hitting me with a double jump scare. I'm not sure if you were here last week, but we had a Dead by Daylight collaboration stream. I don't think I'm going to be doing much of those in the future, but it was very fun because we had Misamo-chan there, and she went up against Hag. I don't know how much of y'all know about Dead by Daylight, much less about Hag, since she currently has the lowest kill rate in the game. But she, has like these little mud traps that spawn mud phantasms that suddenly jump up and scream at you. And, the person who was playing Killer at the time, Cyberdragon, was using the Grandma's Heart add-on, which makes it so those mud phantasms also have the red stain, which means there's a big old red glow that comes from their eyes. This is for looping, it's a long story, but the red stain shows up and there's a terror radius heartbeat. So Nisa kept bumping into these things and would shriek and squeal every time. And like, she bumped into one, and like, right as she started to calm down, she bumped into like two more. And they just kept popping out and screaming at her, and she was just jumping and shrieking every time. The poor little smoosh. She was not having a good time, and she had to quit after that round. But it was very cute. I promise. The Wraith is a great beginner killer, so, like, it'd be accurate to say that the Wraith was my first main. Like, I tried to play Huntress, I tried to play Nurse, both of them were absolutely miserable, and then I played Wraith, and the Wraith was the first time I felt like, okay, I actually get it. This is how this game works. So then, but yeah, nowadays I actually do play Dark Lord all the time. Mainly because, you know, I woo. But, yeah, he's, pretty fun. Like, not just because I woo, because there's, like, 3 different forms, so there's, like, 3 different types of gameplay. I mean, I say that as if I'm not in wolf form, like, 90% of the time. Like, why even bother try switching back to the vampire form to maybe use a fire attack that's got, like, a really low chance of hitting? Like, any survivor who's even remotely competent has all the time in the world to dodge it. I don't know. That's not true. I do get some power out of the vampire form, but ironically, like, that's the thing. It's just like with Huntress. Like, here's a secret for Huntress. I know nobody's fluffing listening right now who actually gives a fluff about DBD. Huntress always swing on the first pallet. Do not pull a hatchet. Do not respect the pallet. Always swing on the first time. They'll never see it coming. They always think, oh, and we got startled again. Aw, dang it. I mean, we just mentioned that there were some Springtrap fans in the chat, so yeah. Always swing on the first pallet because they think you're gonna pull your hatchet and try to get the hit with your hatchet by throwing over the pallet. But if you swing, therefore they're going to greed that pallet. So if you swing through it, there's actually a good chance you're going to hit them. Especially since I always run coup de grace on Huntress. It is my unnegotiable perk. That perk is basically required for a Huntress to be functional. I swear. So yeah, that helps with Huntress, and it's kind of the same thing with Dark Lord. Everyone expects you to use the fire to try to hit them over the pallet. Therefore, instead of using the fire to hit them over the pallet, what I do instead is I keep going. I just go through the pallet without charging the fire, and then I smack them. And it works, like, not quite as often as it does with Huntress, but it works a lot of the time. It is crazy how consistent it is. That sounds good, Andrew. So I haven't actually played him that much. I should probably get around to it. I tried him once, and I was having trouble aiming his axe because, like, I'm used to Huntress. So, like, I was using the same, like, game knowledge I gained from Huntress to aim the axe, but it's like, first of all, it's way faster. So, like, what the heck? There's no excuse. Huntress's hatchets do not need to be as ridiculously slow as they are. So, first of all, there's that. Second of all, Heck yeah, we got lots of spooking going on here. And it's the perfect time because we were just talking about Five Nights at Freddy's on Dead by Daylight. But and I also need to figure out how to really get value out of his cameras and stuff. Like honestly, I need to figure out how to counter him with the cameras as well. And that's right, we actually have two spook jump scares this time. Fluff forbid I actually follow through on my commitment to offer y'all new jump scares. Okay, like, I know she's new, but I'm waiting. Yeah, I'm waiting for Krasu to get, like, totally balanced. I did hear she got nerfed a second time, and maybe she's actually, like, balanced out now. Like, that's the thing. I don't want to get used to playing Krasu while she's in God mode, because then, like, once I get... And we have another meow. Thank you. Once we get her nerfed, like if I got used to playing her in God mode and then she got nerfed a bunch, then I would feel totally miserable playing her because I got used to what she was like when she was broken. So that's what I usually do. First of all, more importantly, there's usually a lot of glitches with new killers. Therefore, I wait for a while after they come out for the glitches to be fixed and for them to be rebalanced. So I'll get them right away, but I won't play them right away. And not like, I'm not gonna argue that killers should try to, like, make the survivors have a good time or whatever. But, I also feel like, you know, survivors have been seeing the same killer over and over again every time a new killer comes out, like, all day. So therefore, I just kinda want to give them a break and play someone else for, like, the first week or two before I finally try it myself. So now that Krasu's been nerfed a second time, I might want to try her, but she also is particularly reviled because she was, from what I hear, she was better than Nurse. So ridiculously broken and ridiculously reviled, so I'm giving her some time, just like I was giving, some time for Kaneki, because people are really mad at Kaneki as well. Excellent, Video Game Andrew. Let me go ahead and add you to the list. Yeah, I already bought her. I actually forgot to bring her up to Prestige 3. And I have millions of blood points just sitting around. It just occurred to me that I should do that because then I can get her perks on the rest of my killers. I don't actually know what her perks are. I should really be paying attention to this. Like, I pretend to have opinions on Dead by Daylight and well-informed opinions, and I'm always guiding my friends through Dead by Daylight. But, like, you know, that means I should probably pay attention to Krasu. Like, I've been paying attention to the drama around Krasu without actually paying attention to what she actually does and who she actually is. I mean, again, that's probably because, you know, I've been hearing she's so bad, so I've been suspecting this whole time that she's gonna get nerfed. And she did. Like, when she came out of the PTB, shortly afterwards, she got nerfed. And then she got nerfed again, like, I want to say last week. But like, I didn't hear anything about her perks, so that doesn't mean her perks would have gotten nerfed. So I should probably know what they are. Just, I don't know. I guess I was getting a bit overload because everyone's talking about Dead by Daylight like dying right now. That it's so hard for killers, but it's also insanely hard for survivors because everyone's just playing like the top 3 killers who are incredibly broken and unbalanced, so it doesn't feel like the game is survivor-sided. And then the kill rates are still like fairly even. So like it's you know what I mean? It's very the kill rates are super even now despite all that. So it's just kind of a lot of information overload. Thank you for the Misa Meow. We got lots of spooky stuff going on in our scary forest this month. I've been on pause for who knows how long. So let's just estimate 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And we're gonna run an ad real quick. I'll see everyone in 60 seconds. Vecna. From what I hear, Vecna is a jack of all trades, master of none. In that he has 4 powers that basically do everything, but they're all very bad powers. And they kinda went like the same direction but opposite with Dracula, where he has 3 powers. But oh, we're back from break. I'm not sure if you could hear me, so I'll just repeat what I said. From what I hear about Vecna is that he's a jack of all trades, master of none. He has 4 powers that do basically everything, but they're all not very good powers. Oh, we got a new person in. Welcome to the stream. Avari! Avari, you're here! Heck yeah! So, as you can see, we are working on a request for John Nova, and I actually messed up the timer. It was supposed to go down, not up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Because I had it paused for a while earlier, so I used my hotkeys to bring the minutes down, but I accidentally hit the wrong hotkeys. But anyway. Heck yeah, welcome in. So we were talking about my process earlier. Basically what I do is I have my sketches up here. I have a bunch of like different layers on the sketches, but that's not important. Like there's some color coding here, but that's not too important. I use blue for the bases. Purple is usually hair, red is usually clothes. There's some that wasn't really applicable here, but I still used purple and red. Anyway, so I have that layer above on a semi-transparent layer, and this is where it gets interesting, is that I have my subject layer here, and the lines are on top, of course. So say, for example, I need to color this blue. I have to hide my sketch layer. Let me hide my overlay real quick. I need to show you the other stuff. Background, and where's my Viato tuber? There we go. Okay. So as you can see, we got those layers over here. I have lines, light, shadow, color, and I have my sketches on top so I can line with the sketches being shown on top and I'm not covering the sketches with the lines. So then when I go to color, I have these settings over here where it selects based on multiple layers. So then I can fill in this color layer and it's on a different layer than my lines. So after that, it's time to shade. I mean, you can use multiply or burn or all that other nonsense I was talking about, but what I do is I have it at like 30%. I want to go with the red color actually for this demonstration, just a sec. And I do full opacity. This is just shading for on normal layers, and then I go like that. So I'm not picking the color individually. So then when I go to another area that's like colored in, then the shading can just like continue. So another trick that I wanted to show you, because I noticed you were like struggling when you went across different things, like say these have completely different shadows on them, is I would go color, select by color. And then it's stopped exactly like right here. And say this color is like super dark or something and I need to use black, or the shadows are completely different, then I select that. There we go. So technically you can also use the normal magic wand tool. They call it a contiguous selector tool, but you know, we all just call it magic wand because we're not a bunch of fluffing hipsters. And you could also use that. I just find the color selector tool a lot more reliable because that's the thing. When it makes mistakes, I usually go in while I'm working on my color layer and find the mistakes. I'm not sure if this one made any mistakes. Yeah, there's kind of a tiny mistake at the end. This is the kind of thing I might usually just ignore. But usually while I'm doing my color layer, I'll go in and edit these. So therefore, when I move on to my shading layer, if I use the contiguous selector tool, it's still not going to get those corners. It's going to have the exact same error. But I fixed that error when I went into the color layers, so that's why I prefer to use my color selector tool. But yeah, my shadow layer and my light layer also have these inherited alpha on them so that they cannot go over top. So even if I have no selection masks whatsoever and I try to shade, it cannot go. Oopsie. That's the wrong color. It cannot go over top of anything in the foreground. And I have my foreground and my background on different group layers. So I don't have to like constantly be using masks for everything. There's already somewhat of a mask here preventing it from going on to the background. I hope that explains everything. Occasionally I'll make like one more layer above the lines and use that for like highlights on the eyes, but obviously I'm not doing that here. Avari is a friend of mine from DeviantArt, who is a very persistent artist who has been doing multiple October drawing challenges and did not do any of the cheat strats, like starting early. He just did them like... He's doing them like every single day as he gets to them, like a total maniac, and has been fighting to get through them every day and losing sleep, and his stamina is absolutely incredible. He also does all of these amazing poems on his requests. I should really stop talking and let the TTS catch up because people have been talking this entire time and I haven't been able to hear it, but I have to tell you about the poems as soon as the TTS catches up. That'd be so cool. Dead by Daylight's pretty popular. They've seen a recent drop in their user base, but that's mainly because we had a bunch of new players come in during the Five Nights at Freddy's event. And the new players were getting absolutely slaughtered by the old players and ended up just hating the game and are leaving it in droves, so I'm not sure what to think about all that. Also just realized these lines, none of these lines are going to be showing and I have to erase all of them. And I'm sure you've already seen the meow redeem, but yeah, we have a couple jump scare redeems out here right now. We got the puppy kisses redeem and the meow redeem. The meow redeem has a secondary purpose of promoting my life partner Misamo-chan and her cute kitty channel. Which is hilarious because she's, you know, this cute, adorable little anime character, but I drew her in, quote, my style as like a terrifying little gremlin. Heck yeah. Oh, my layers are neatly sorted because this is actually a template that I use for all my drawings. I have a, you can't see it because it opens it up in a new window, but I'm gonna do it anyway just so I can read them off to you. I have a 1080p desktop, a 1080p size template, a desktop size template, a printer page, tall template, a printer page wide template, and a square template. I was using squares for everything until recently when I realized that Instagram had changed its format from square to vertical. And Instagram was literally the only reason I was using square format to begin with. And now I already have like... Can this scream not interrupt me? Now I already have like a million requests started with the square format, not to mention all my backlog is in the square format. And I only had it in that square format to begin with because of Instagram, and now they all look like trash on Instagram. So I am so mad about that. Let me just tell you how mad about that I am. I'm doing pretty good, Video Game Andrew. I hope you're doing well as well. Okay, so we're actually out of time on this one. I'm gonna see if I can show. Hey, Avari, would you be fine with me showing a couple pieces of your artwork on the stream? Excellent, excellent. Let me see if I can get this to work. I believe what I do is turn this on. Then I go to properties and go to this one. So like I mentioned, Aviary does a bunch of Thank you. The music is royalty-free music by Vivek Abhishek, and I regularly have to credit him because that's part of the contract, but also I highly recommend Vivek Abhishek because this music is really great, and I can't believe it's royalty-free. So, like I mentioned, Ivari stuff always has these little poems in it, and that was the inspiration behind that drawing I did for October 1st that I ended up using as the stream ending screen. Another example would be, as you can see, I've already also been doing the Inktober challenge, which usually ends up looking like this. Uh-huh. I'm glad to hear that. But yeah, so Avari's technically doing these digitally, which is totally cheating. But I mean, he's also not using the thing where, you know, everyone does them in advance in December and is actually doing them on the day that they're supposed to be done. So I'd say it all evens out. This one looks very different from your usual style, Ivari. Like, you don't normally do this much texturing, especially all this hatching. I don't really see this in any of your other drawings. Looks like you really took this in a different direction this time with your techniques and styles. Anyway, we have to keep working. I have to play an ad. I'll see everyone in 60 seconds. And that'll probably give the TTS a chance to catch up. Tell me about it. All right, we are back. A couple more things. So in instances like this, where the background causes a lot of problems when I try to shade stuff, like if I try to shade this, it's gonna do that because it's reading information from the background as well. What I can do is I can use these tags over here. Oh, you can't actually see them without me hiding the overlay again. Just a minute. Not like I have the timer started yet anyway. So basically what you do is you go to the subject layer, right click, and not sure if you can see that. You cannot see that. Okay, so you right click it and pick a color. And as you can see, I picked green for my subject group. And then I go to the tag um, you see this tag function up here in the tool options for the fill tool, and switch it to green. So now, let me grab my color real quick. Thank you for the jump scare, Jim. I'm not sure if that actually worked. I might have to redo the redeem in a bit. But yeah, and then I go in and it works now. By using the tag function instead of the select from all layers function. The alternative to this is I can just turn off the background and work on it that way. But I don't like doing it because it makes my time lapses look worse to not have the background there. Yeah, because, like, if I just hid the background the whole time and then filled in all these colors and did all this shading, like, it would just be this blank white screen in the background during the time lapse for this whole thing after I spent all this time working on the background. But if I do it this way, the background is still there with everything getting added on top, so it looks a lot better. I say that as if I've been posting any time lapses lately. But I remember you used to be all about... Okay, that's good, that's good. Because I remember you used to be all about those time lapses, so it's very important that we use techniques that will preserve our time lapses. Right, I need to turn my overlays back on just a sec. Okay. October background and Viadu window. There we go. What color is this tail? Oh, fantastic. That sounds like it will be pretty fun when we get to that, Andrew. I know, right? Fair enough. And also, I do a lot of simple backgrounds. Oh, I forgot to show everyone that Kuchisaki Onna drawing earlier. I was talking about it for like, 15 minutes about Kuchisaki Onna and the legend and stuff. One of our viewers over here, Gold Recluse, had a request for Kuchisaki Onna, and because just Kuchisaki Onna is just pretty gory, just her entire design, I had to make two versions of it, one that's safe for Twitch and one that is, absolutely not. But I can absolutely show the one that is safe for Twitch on here. Let me pause real quick and go grab it. Yeah, like, I was explaining all of the things she says because I was gonna show this. Hello? Oh, it's saving right as I imported a very large file. This is the safe for Twitch version. But yeah, she says, Watashi kirei. It means, am I pretty? And how she kills you is determined by how you answer that question and how you answer her follow-up question after that. The only way to escape her, and it's not guaranteed, is supposedly to give her an answer that's not quite yes and not quite no, and then run away while she's confused. It supposedly only gives you a couple seconds of head start that you need to try to run away, and it doesn't guarantee your safety, but it gives you a chance, you know what I mean? And that's a recent addition to it. Like, normally you're just supposed to die no matter what if you come across the Kuchisaki Onna, but, people have been dealing with this legend for like a century because it's from yokai folklore, They've come up with strats to try to get away. Uh-huh. Yeah, I used to have like really sharp colors in the background. What I'd do is I'd have like a really highly saturated red or a highly saturated green. And that was because when I'm filling in colors like this, my fill tool was so incredibly inaccurate that I was practically having to do everything by hand and just chase all of the mistakes all over the place. Even now, like it being green makes this up here much easier to spot, this mistake right here, by the fill tool. So I don't do that anymore because the fill tool is a lot better and like I don't have nearly as many mistakes to chase down. But yeah, that's what I used to do. But that wasn't like an artistic thing, that was a technique thing to make up for the fact that my fill tool was so bad and I was always having to chase down all the mistakes. Check that message real quick. That sounds good, Andrew. I'll take a look at them in a bit. Oh, there it is. Yeah, my ref boards get pretty crowded. Who drew this, by the way? Would love to credit it. Let's also make sure to resume that timer. Yeah, like the thing that always gets me with trying to run my stream is like I keep forgetting to restart my dang timer. So I end up doing like way bunch of extra time than I meant to. And like when I notice the timer has been off or paused for a while, like my only recourse is to just kind of guess how long it's been going, and I usually guess 5 minutes, which let me tell ya is usually not accurate. Whenever I check, it ends up being significantly more than 5 minutes that got wasted. Check, check. Alright, so this is just the coloring in. I do something similar that I do with the shadow layers. I make a layer called a pattern layer. I honestly should put this in my template, but yeah, it's inherits alpha from the color layer, so it can't go over top. Just a quick example, like there's this magenta line that goes from, goes from just under this weird brow thing to the here, and again I can use the color. And I do that for all my patterns, because then when it's time to shade it, you know, I don't want to have to be like selecting each little color individually, you know, and like for all these complicated characters, I can just go see, grab. And then it doesn't matter that there's all these patterns here on the pattern layer, because it's on a separate layer, and I can just shade it all on top because it's all on the same surface. Oh, you don't understand. When I first started out, like, my, BRB screen was, I would just take this and like draw right over top of whatever I was doing. That was like my BB screen. Furthermore, like that in the chat was the only way of communicating with the people in the chat. So like I'd have to type everything out or write things out on the canvas to respond to people because I didn't even have a microphone. Yeah, and the timer was absolutely necessary because it used to just be like, okay, you can have one full sketch of your request for free, or you can pay to have a commission, which is lined or colored depending on how much you pay me for the commission. But like, no one ever paid for the commissions, so everything I was drawing for was sketches. Like, you can just go to my DeviantArt right now and look at the old stuff when I started streaming and see that there's just this massive swath of time where I was drawing nothing but sketches. And I'm like, okay, but how are people going to know whether they want to buy full color commissions from me if all they're ever seeing in my gallery when they go to look at me are sketches? How am I going to get better at drawing full color requests if all I'm ever drawing is sketches? But then, like, it would take forever to do a whole request from start to finish, and I was getting more and more people showing up for free requests. So I had to switch it to a timer system. That was many years ago. And even then, it used to be first come, first serve, and like, you can't see it now, but there's actually like, I normally have it on screen, but I don't have it on screen for the Halloween theme. But I have like a little list right here of the of the request slots. Let me see if I can get it to show up for like a second. I don't think I'm gonna keep doing it this way, but it was kind of neat while it lasted. Secret. That sounds awesome, Andrew. Twitch. Secret queue. Let's make that font size down. Oh, I don't have to do that. Yeah, for real, for real. Ridiculously big. Why did it make it so big? So I had this, and then I added a little filter, which makes it go, I highly recommend you do. Like, we've had to experiment with so many stuff, and we eventually settled on, there are actually no more request slots available, by the way. They're all filled today. In fact, if I go like this, you can actually see the queue that I've been using the whole time. With some minor glitches, of course, apparently, whatever, but who cares? So, yeah, we've gone through a lot of experiments. Like, we first used to do it first come, first serve. Each person gets, like, I don't know, half an hour or something, but that was too much. So we kept... you get the idea on how this works. I don't have it showing now because I put a lot of work into my, October overlays. And, I don't want this covering them up or bugging them, and it was usually behind Snooter over here, but anyway. I want to come up with a different solution for this. It would be neat to have people be able to see their where they are in the line, but it's not that important, so if I can come up with an alternative... If I can't come up with an alternative, I'm just going to ditch it entirely, because it's not actually that useful for people to be able to see it, because I can see it, I'm the one who needs to see it. But yeah, no, we had half an hour, first come, first served. That didn't work because there were like 30 people, and we had to trim it down to like 5 minutes per turn to, we had to trim it down to like 5 minutes per turn to have time for everyone to have a turn. And I'm like, forget this. Like, we had it 5 minutes per turn plus bonus minutes. There used to be bonus minute redeems that people could use their points to get more time with. That's the thing. No one was using those bonus minutes. Like, only a couple people were, and none of the requests were getting done because everyone was just getting the free 5 minutes. And then I'm like, okay, I'm having limited slots, and people were upset about that because, you know, like, basically the first minute or two of my stream would be everyone jumping in right away, being like, hi, got a slot, hi, got a slot, hi, reserved a slot. And like, and then never coming back again. Like, guys, you need to use your bonus minutes for it to matter. So everyone was only getting 5 minutes. No artwork was ever getting done. I mean, that's why I switched off of sketches, is because I realized if I'm going to be spending so much time on requests, these requests have to also serve the secondary purpose of looking good in my portfolio and showing off my skills. So they can't all be sketches, and I actually have to get them done somewhat regularly. And if they're never getting done because everyone's only ever doing the 5-minute request and never actually staying around on my stream to save up points for bonus time, then, like, I have nothing to show people. I hope that makes sense. Jumped around a couple different iterations of it there, but yeah. Like, you know, back when it was sketches, they couldn't see what I could do in color. Back when it was early birds, everyone was only getting free 5-minute ones, and no one was using the bonus times, and no one was actually sticking around either. So now we have the current iteration where request slots, even just getting any time at all, is, costs points that you have to save up for. And we tried increasing the prices so that it was, we tried just controlling how many people would get slots based on the prices, but that wasn't enough. So unfortunately, I had to go back to a bit of a hybrid system where it's both first come, first served and points. But people are a little bit less upset about this one. I'm on the wrong layer, aren't I? No, I'm not. And why does it look wrong? Okay, my lines are still there. How strange. I don't want it to be this saturated. Just a sec. That's better. Yeah, so I never go below 10% on my color layer because it drowns out the lines. So that's why, even though it's... I just realized this is the wrong stuff. Even though it's like practically pure black on here, I'm not going to use that. No problem, Andrew. I haven't had time to look at the photo because I'm still working right now. Did you want to show the photo on stream? Because it is your turn, and it is a good time to show it on stream if you would like. Oh, you got a cute little Jax plushie. That's very cute. Would you like to show this, show off your Jax plushie on stream? For those of you who don't know, Andrew is a cosplayer who shows off his convention photos and cosplays, and occasionally the cool stuff he buys on stream during his turn. Because we love supporting cosplayers here and other forms of art, including performance art like cosplay. Uh-huh. I should let the TTS catch up. Sorry. Yeah, let me go ahead and post that real quick. These are the only two I remember right now. There's probably more comic recommendations I could do later, but for now, since I'm in the middle of Andrew's turn right now, these are just the only ones I'm gonna post for now. Y'all, I just remembered that y'all can't hear the TTS. I've been talking about it this whole time. It's something I've been testing out recently where I have the TTS where only I can hear it. That's because I had a collab stream, I want to say a month or two ago, where I went to edit it and like my guest was constantly being interrupted by the TTS and we were just kind of struggling over it the whole time. And that's the thing, like, it's useful and I need it, but it's actually kind of bad on the VODs. It sounds really bad and really trashy on the VODs, so I don't want to use it there. I also try not to use a perfect white, in addition to not having a perfect black. This one's a lot less important. It can go a lot closer to perfect white, but I do that because, you know me, I'm pretty sure I don't have to tell any of my regular viewers I am obsessed with highlighting. When you can't highlight, it's already perfect white. Oh, he has a red sclera. I didn't realize that. Yeah, so the reason I use the TTS is I can hear what people say without looking at the chat. That said, I don't use my own tools sometimes, and oftentimes end up looking at the chat and responding to what people say before the TTS says it, which, like, kinda defeats the point. And also looks really dumb in my VODs. So, yeah. I need to both try to concentrate on, letting the TTS say it before I respond to it, or concentrate on not looking up from my work unless I have to. You know, breaking old habits. As well as, yeah. Giving gaps in what I'm saying for the TTS to catch up. Honestly, I'm amazed that there's even that having to make gaps for the TTS is even a problem I have because I'm a very introverted person who doesn't talk much. But you know, you have to talk on stream, so I've been trying to train myself to talk on stream, and I guess I've been getting good at it. Just keep finding things to talk about, because you know, I feel, you know, being a streamer, it matters to me, you know? Like, I'm trying to provide a service and a product to people, and I don't want to just have people paying me their subscription fees to me just to have to watch a bunch of dead air. I'm gonna go ahead and adjust the redeem timers on these. they're going off just a bit more frequently than I would like. Okay, if I don't run an ad now, Twitch is gonna yell at me, so I'll see y'all in 60 seconds. And we are back from the ad break, and the ad that, my text ad that went on off on ad break is still going. That's how far the TTS was behind. Not that y'all can hear it. Yeah, for real. $100%, 100%. I really need to branch out into YouTube as well, but like YouTube is crashing right now as well, and it's doing really shooty things to us, especially as artists, but like there's no other platform like it, so you know how it is with monopolies and late stage capitalism, you know. Nothing we can do about it. There's no other options. They hold the monopoly, and there's no way to compete. Thank you for coming in today, Andrew. I am not completely sure, Super Johnny 91, but I'm sure gonna try. Yeah, it is kind of silly that I've been complaining about the TTS, like, repeatedly. It's not even here. No one can even hear it. But yeah, TTS is another thing I highly recommend for your stream, Vayari, because, like, you know, you have to stay efficient, especially you, since you're setting yourself deadlines to do things. To actually finish a whole project in one day. No excuses, no exceptions. Efficiency is incredibly important for you. So you should maybe have a TTS so that you don't have to pause to read what people are saying. a little better. We already got something similar to that occurring. We already got something similar to that occurring because of the YouTubers. Whenever someone talks on YouTube, I can hear it in the TTS, no one else can. And also, when they could hear the TTS, they'd be hearing like phantom voices on the TTS and not seeing anything in the chat and be like, what? Who the heck is Zon Stonegazer? I'm so confused. That is definitely difficult to forget. Yeah, all of S101X's requests always have these extreme beards. Suppose this one's not very extreme. I think I'm gonna make some adjustments to it. Oh, I know what I need to do. Uh-huh. We forgot the timer, dang it. Also, this is a super slot, so it's half an hour. We've probably been drawing for 5 minutes, or at least that's the base amount I presume when I've forgotten. So we're gonna do that real quick and then run an ad. I'll see everyone in 60 seconds. Oh, never mind. I think Twitch was just... I don't know. Twitch is acting kind of weird. I suppose not. But it's doing its thing. Its usual thing of being weird. So we're going to attempt to run an ad again right now and see what happens. Welcome back, everyone. In retrospect, I think my voice might be a little sore because I did another Dead by Daylight hangout last night. I basically always have to manage all of the Dead by Daylight hangouts, which means I'm talking constantly and I'm always giving advice to people to try to help them do better. So like, that means I'm basically talking the whole time. No, I don't have the TTS on, so let me rephrase that. The TTS is on right now, but it is not being monitored by OBS. Let me rephrase that. It is not being output by TTS. Sorry, my terminology was incorrect. Forgot why I even drew this in the first place. Because there's a big old ring right here. Ah, my voice is very tired. I talked like crazy yesterday. I always have to like manage everything and be like, okay, is everyone ready? No, there are 121 perks. Please don't read them all. This is just a casual match, and there's like 5 other people waiting on you. Just pick a couple, it doesn't matter. Yeah. Exactly. So basically, what I was doing before was I was having the OBS output my desktop audio, so anything that was happening on my computer at all that made audio was being streamed. Then for the Halloween one, I had it not do that, and I have each audio source an individual audio source in OBS. That way I can control them individually. That way people aren't hearing like random Discord bloops on my stream. Okay, that still looks bad. Just me, or am I slowing down right now? Better not be running out of energy already. We have a lot of requests left on the list. Like, I had to leave the stream early last week, and that led to me having to do a lot of work during the week, and it was a very busy week. That better not happen today. I really need to keep my energy going until the end. Welcome in, Grim the Crimson. Here, are you the Grim Crimson that I used to compete with on, I'm not looking at it right now, but are you the Grim the Crimson that I used to compete with on Alien vs. Predator, or are you a different Grim the Crimson? No, you're Grim Crimson. You're the one who does all of those cool, oh, you have those OCs on those, planets. Okay, we have a couple different Crimsons here. But no, Grim the Crimson. I love your work, by the way. I had a lot of fun drawing your character last year. It was around this time too, because it was Halloween, so I put a bunch of extra time into it off stream to get it done because I needed more stuff to succeed at my personal Halloween challenge. As y'all might recall, I'm doing a personal Halloween challenge starting last year, and I'm doing it again this year where I have to post something, a completed spooky drawing, every odd numbered day in October. Oh no, I hate Discord pings. Because, like, I'll hear a ping, and then I'll go over to Discord, and then there'll be nothing there. And then I'll hear, like, another ping, and then, like, 5 more, and, like, I'll be looking for it, and while I'm staring at it, the pings never go off. But then when I try to go back and do my own thing, the pings start happening again, and it drives me nuts. It's just so stressful. Every time I hear that stupid fluffing ping, it makes me know that there's something wrong. It's doing something it's not supposed to, and I have to spend like the next 5 or 10 minutes hunting it down. Okay, Twitch just forced an ad on me, so we might be going into ad in a second, we might not. It's a little glitchy and inconsistent, so I don't know what it's doing. Apologies to everyone. Oh, I can't wait to see. I hope it's going to be spooky again. Okay, that's what I did too, and for some reason I'm still getting boops. Like, first of all, it was a big pain in the patootie to go through all of my servers and do that to begin with. And have to do that with every new server. And then, second of all, then you still have some servers who will use the at everyone like every 2 seconds. Like every couple minutes. And it's like, come on, guys. I don't actually care. So now it's like, what was the point? What was the point of me even joining any of these servers if all of them are on like 10 jillion different mute settings and I just forget they exist? I really don't like this system. It is really bad at giving me notifications I actually give a fluff about. Like, heck yeah. I remember I drew. Let me pull this up again. I know, right? No, like, this wasn't last year, this was a couple of years ago. So I didn't have like a well-defined Halloween challenge ready to go yet, but like for the last week, I'm just like, okay, let's just do as much spooky Halloween stuff as I can in October and get it all loaded up. Where the heck is it? Is it really this old? It can't be this old. This one. Mm. This was an alien invasion one I did, based on the purple shirted eye stabber from Explosm Comics. Like, the purple shirted eye stabber, like, kept showing up in all of these different comics. Um, and like being super meta and stuff. Like, oh man, watch out, there's a purple shirted eye stabber around. Because you know, Explosive Comics style. It's like super simplistic. Everyone looks exactly the same. They're just dudes wearing shirts. Ah. And like, better watch out, there's a purple shirted eye stabber around. Yeah, you need to keep your eyes peeled. Could be anywhere, could be anyone. And then the person right next to him like takes off his shirt to reveal that it's a purple shirt. And he's like, oh no, and then he gets stabbed in the eye. And then like they did this comic. Go to this comic directly. Hey, you're the purple shirted eye stabber, aren't ya? Looks like you really screwed your life up. No surprise, really. You've always been a one-trick pony going around stabbing eyes. It got old fast, huh? No wonder the world forgot about you. You should have done something good with your life. Then he gets blown up by a death ray. And it's like, surprise, the world is being invaded by aliens that are giant tentacle eyeballs. You know, the one thing that the purple shirted eye stabber is the best at. And that was like the last one. Besides the animation, there was an animation for the purple shirted eye stabber. So I decided to do that, like, you know, as a fully more rendered comic of the purple shirted eye stabber, you know. finally having his moment and saving the world. But not a single person was interested in it or liked it. And this was like several years ago. So that kind of broke my heart. But oh well. I hope yours gets lots more attention and has a lot more luck than I did. I am just sharing similar experiences. I know, right? Oh, I need to hide Chrome on OBS. There we go. That reminds me, Avar, you're still here. I wanted to show you how the farewell thing actually showed up as a poem. So obviously I didn't write this poem. This is a poem by like Jamie Madrox of Twisted or whatever. This is not actually the end of the stream, everyone. I'm just showing Avari what I did. And this is your fault. I blame you. You're the one who inspired me to make a big fancy post for the 1st of October and have like a poem on it. And I have a video version that actually says the poem from the album and stuff. And I have some of Vivek Abhishek's music in the background. So yeah, this is not the end of the stream, guys. I'm just showing Avari how it turned out.
Devotion. Devotion to that which no sunlight is visible. Dusk. Sundown. The natural satellite up in the night sky and its glorious phases. Our only light in this darkened time. Rejoice, my children. The stages from waning to waxing. From fall to present. The moon's glow is upon us with delight. Each and all of you, of this wonderful cult of night.
Just a reminder, everyone, there's no swearing on the stream. We're not mad or anything. There's no warnings or bans or anything. Just a reminder. But yeah, speaking of which, the Vivek Abhishek music went down, and thank you, everyone. Yes, I blame you. I spent an entire day on that, was up like past my deadline, trying to make it work, just like you always do with your works. And like, yeah, I blame you. You were my inspiration for that. Both with the doing a big fancy poem for kicking off October and for working on it all day and working myself to the bone to get it done. We also have to run an ad real quick. I'll see everyone in about 60 seconds. Uh-huh. Again, I hope y'all don't judge me. I'll wait for us to get back from ad. I know some of y'all can hear me, and thank you for having subscriptions. I know some of you who can hear me who don't have subscriptions because Twitch has probably run out of ads by now. But thank you all for being here, whether you have a subscription or not. Yeah, agreed. If it's a slur, then that will be the exception where, like, we are mad, we are banning, but, you know, obviously what you said wasn't. I know no one else can see it because the auto mod picked it out, but he was just saying dang, but, you know, the bad version of dang, so it's really not that big of a deal. Mm. Yeah, like, I'm a grown person. I can swear. I swear in real life. I really don't care about swearing. I'm not like offended by it, but it's just that this is an all ages stream. So we have to keep in mind that there could be minors in the chat, so we have to keep our vocabulary a bit more child friendly, you know what I mean? Oh, that sounds so familiar. Yeah, I think a friend of mine played that once in front of me, or was watching a walkthrough in front of me. Okay, I'm not sure I did alright with this. See how it turns out when I add the little tuffles underneath. I think I put the belt too dang low. Yeah, that's the problem, is that the belt is too low. It'd sit much higher than this. Like, not even here. It should be even higher, but I don't know. I don't want to move it around or redo it too much, so I'm going to try to make it work here, and if it doesn't, then I'm going to have to redo it. Yeah, exactly. I do the same thing. I mute the tabs so that whoever I'm lurking on can get the viewer and the revenue. Although, from what it sounds like, Twitch might be cracking down on that too. Wait, what? Wait, this is on YouTube, isn't it? Oh, that sounds so cool. Okay, now I actually have to check that out. Somebody remind me to check that out. You should post that in the Discord in the general channel as a game recommendation. So that I remember to check it out later. So I need more Halloween games. That'd be really fun to play. What I have been playing is the Pumpkin Panic update, which is pretty good. I really like the additions, and you can get pets in Pumpkin Panic now, which is just so happy about that. You have no idea. I got a little possum critter in Pumpkin Panic, and then I immediately died. Broke my heart. Let me see if the command works on YouTube. It might not. And even if it does, it's probably out of date. Give me a sec. Yeah, definitely doesn't work that way. I probably should have typed an exclamation mark before that. I heard a bloop which tells me that you probably successfully joined. Multiple reassuring bloops. Sorry if there's a bit of dead air, everyone. I'm trying to give my voice a little bit of a break every which one. I'll try to keep talking until the end. Yeah, my voice is really messed up from yesterday, and now I've been talking for like 3 hours straight. Yeah, this is just not working on this side. Here we go. Hair, hat, ears. Hey, we have a hydrate, which will probably help my voice anyway. Grab my water bottle, give it a little shake. Thank you. Ah, much appreciated. Oh. Aha, was definitely a big sip. A glug, I dare say. Or several. Oh, man. I'm starting to get a bit tired, but I think I can keep going. Fair enough. Hmm. I was reminded because I was very busy yesterday because my partner had a very important guest come over today, and we had a ton of last second cleaning last night. And I thought that the cleaning was a lot more done. I told everyone, hey, I can't keep having my draw time interrupted, so tomorrow I need everyone to leave me alone. I'm just gonna spend all day drawing. But then I had to, okay, wake up and take care of the pig because we have the pig inspector coming. So I got up early and did that, and I'm like, okay, I'm just gonna do that and then come home and draw. And then they're like, oh, well, can you give us the toilet cleaning supplies so we can clean the toilet and get that done for the guest tomorrow? How have I messed this up like 4 times in a row now? I do not. I am paid to take care of someone else's pet pig, and I have to clean up all the poop from the pet pig an hour a day. Well, I have to take care of their dog and their pig, so I spend an hour a day training the dog and cleaning the poop up after the pet pig and trying to make sure that that stupid pig gets water in its system. He keeps tipping over his water bowl and I can't get him to stop. What's wrong? After we do this, I'm making a lot of mistakes right now. Oh, thank Fluff. Timer just went off. Alright, I can try to fix this next time. We're gonna have the pig inspector come by and tell us if we're doing a good enough job taking care of the pig. And if not, the pig's going to have to be rehomed, which means I might actually lose my job. Like, yes, technically there's still the dog. I'm still taking the dog on walks and training the dog, but I'm getting paid like a significant amount for all the things I do, and if the pig suddenly gets taken out, then I might at least get a pay cut and or potentially even laid off. So we're gonna have to play that by ear, but it's what's best for the pig because we have no idea how we're gonna take care of it this winter, and it's kind of just a liability because the owner doesn't actually own the property, he's renting the property. If the landowners find out has a pig there, he's gonna lose the whole house, and I'm like, this is not worth it. You could put this pig in a place where he is safe with people who actually know how to take care of pigs, because let me tell you, I don't know how to take care of a pig. He doesn't know how to take care of a pig. It's a long story. I don't want to get into too much of it. But I had to do that first thing in the morning, and then... Who's next on the list anyway? Faint is next on the list with another half an hour request slot. What is Faint's request? The hat. So after that, I realized we were out of, water jugs. No, the water jug thing happened the night before, and I got those done the night before. After that, I was like, oh, right. I just remembered that my friends planned to hang out with me that night and play some more Dead by Daylight, hence why my voice is absolutely trash today. Yeah, I know, I am, but I'd still like to try to get through this. I don't want to do what I did last time again, and we only have, if I remember the timer, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. What I'm doing there is I have a hotkey that adds 1 minute, and that makes it so I don't have to keep manually adjusting the timer. I can just use the default 15 minutes and then press the add minute button, 15 times. That also helps if, like, I got distracted for, like, a minute and need to add another minute to things. What I originally made it for was back when we were doing bonus time. People would use bonus time in the middle of their turn. Well, people would have to use bonus time in the middle of their turn. That's how it worked. And, I would add that bonus time live using the hotkey. But anyway, what was I saying? We have half an hour with this one, 15 minutes on Zan, 15 minutes on Kamajots, and 15 minutes on Super Johnny. That means we have an hour and a half left. I'm gonna try to make it, y'all. But yeah, so then I realized I had to do that, so I called up my friends about that. It turns out they hadn't planned it, even though it was their idea. And, like, I called this other friend and got him to show up too, and then I overbooked and there were too many people there. I was having to balance, like, all of them, and I'm like... Some of my best friends, like, kept not giving us updates of, like, hey, why aren't you here yet? Why aren't you ready? Why aren't you in the lobby? Why aren't you readying up? There are, like, 5 people waiting for you. And it's like, if you're gonna be gone for more than 3 minutes, we could have started, like, a match with a bot. If you're gonna be gone for more than 5 minutes, we could have started a match with a bot. They were gone for, like, 25 minutes. We could have done 2 matches while we were waiting for them, and they didn't give us, like, any updates. And they act like we're rude for asking for updates, and it's like... Y'all are adults and supposedly considerate people. Like, you guys are my best friends. Are you serious right now? So, I basically had to play babysitter for a while, and not only that, like I said, I tell people... I'm giving people tips on how to play, and I'm actually socializing and interacting with people and talking about the game. So, my voice is completely shot today. So, we had to do that, and that took, like, way longer than I thought. We were probably doing that for, like, 6 hours. I'm like, okay, I'm gonna do that real quick and hang out for, like, an hour or two with my friends. And then I'm gonna get to work on my, subscriber bonuses. Because, you know, I have to do those weekly subscriber bonuses. Then I'll do that. But then it's like, then my partner reminded me, oh right, I have to clean up the toilet because we have that important guest coming over tomorrow. So I go into the main bathroom, the one that everyone else uses, and it was an absolute mess, and I had to try to clean the whole bathroom instead of just the toilet. Which turned into, oh my god, the living room's a mess, the kitchen's a mess, there's multiple sinkfuls of dishes. So I had to spend, like, several hours cleaning all that, and I'm like, okay, finally done with that, now I can try to work on my subscriptions. I was exhausted. I managed to get, I think, 2 of them done before finally being too tired to keep going. Oh yeah, like, we call the pig inspector the pig lady. I mean, she's not even officially a pig inspector, she's just... is a pig enthusiast that has 2 pigs already and knows what she's talking about pigs. So we're gonna bring her over here, and if we don't have what it takes to take care of this pig, I'm gonna try to get her to take this pig, because that's what's best for this pig, is being with people that actually know how to take care of pigs, and more importantly, being able to bond with other pigs. He's like, oh, well, the dog and the pig are bonding, and it's like, the dog loves everyone and everything. The pig, on the other hand, is not a big fan of the dog. The pig doesn't like anything in his face. The dog, on the other hand, loves shoving his face in everyone's face and going snirk, snirk, snirk adorably at the top of his little doggy lungs. It is very cute. But the pig does not find it very cute. So if the pig could be with other pigs, I think he'd be a happier pig. But, you know, the owner's gotten, like, super attached to him. He's like, see, isn't it peaceful watering the pig? And it's like, yes, it is peaceful watering a pig. But pets are not just the peaceful moments where you are holding a hose, just dropping water on the pig while he enjoys his little piggy shower. It is also taking care of your animals. And they always keep leaving the dog out in the backyard, which drives me nuts. It's like, this is a domesticated animal. It needs to be inside. Like, I understand letting it out sometimes to go to the bathroom since I'm only there an hour a day, and I only get him to poop twice. But for fluff's sake, y'all, let him back in after like 5 or 10 minutes. Come on. Yeah. So I skipped my work shift today so I could start this stream sooner rather than later so that I'm not getting all super tired towards the end of the stream and having to quit early again. That just means I'm going to have more work to do tomorrow to prepare for the pig lady arriving on Sunday. Exhausting. It is exhausting. Thank you so much for the cheer, Aveari. Much appreciated. Well, every little bit helps. Someday, who knows, I'll be a rich and famous streamer on whatever replaces Twitch, presuming we still have a civilized world left afterwards, which is questionable. Much appreciated. I'm doing my best to stay strong. I apologize that there's probably going to have to be more dead air if my voice breaks. I'm going to play an ad. Yeah, that sounds about right. And yeah, you're right. Grim Crimson, if you would like, you could take the artist role, but we're not going to force you to take it if you don't want to. That is a fact. And I agree for Alligator. The celebration looks awesome. Thanks again for the bits. Thanks again for the bits, Avari. Yeah. Oh no, I never finished sketching the paws. Okay, I can do that. This song sounds a lot louder than the others. The snooter stuck in a hat, kind of stumbling around. Yeah, agreed. It reminds me of that old Darkwing Duck episode where the aliens were like hats or something that were taking over people's brains. Welcome in, sweetie. I'm still holding up barely, dear. My voice is not doing real well. Heck yeah. Welcome back, Moshkin. Hope you're doing well. Moshkitin. I would be fine with Nami's afterwards. It's only been 3.5 hours since breakfast, though. I suppose I didn't have a big breakfast, but then I didn't burn that much calories. Honestly, I'll take whatever I can get once this is done. I'm so tired and could use anything soothing to the soul. So Mushkin cuddles will definitely have to be included with those nobbies. Perhaps, perhaps. I don't know, there are some doggos out there that get along just fine with cats. And until I can get the stupid redesign actually working and done, I'm still officially a cabbit, so it's not all that different from a cat. But no, we do have arguments about this because I am a dog person and she doesn't like any of my dogs. And she's a cat person and I love all of her cats. But I guess she just, doesn't have a soul, That's how it is when you don't like dogs. No other explanation. No other explanation for not liking having a dog right in your face, snarking with its dog breath right down your throat. Yeah, Borzoas are pretty good choices. We are actually done with the line layer. All the presses. Y'all are gonna laugh when you see this. I have a color key for Desnooter, but it looks like garbage. Look at this. This is the Desnooter color palette I've been using for the last 5 years. Trash, I know. So like all of this is for the ears and face. So I'm basically using none of these right now. Yeah, like I'm not upset when it's an accident and they do that, but like I really hate that there are some small dogs that actively aim for your nose and try to shove their tongue up your nose and in your mouth. But I've only ever had that happen with small dogs. Big dogs will just lick, straight up your face, not trying to shove it in anywhere it's not supposed to be, and I prefer that. Yeah, I don't like little dogs. Like, between the three, I like little dogs the least, I'd rather have I'm a dog person, I prefer dogs to cats, but if it was between a cat or a little dog, I would take the cat any day, I just do not like little dogs. Oh, our cats are very silly. Nelson, will crawl up onto you and just kind of headbutt you while you're petting him. It's very cute. I used to have this one cat who was my favorite cat I've ever had. Don't tell the other cats, except Sammy. But like, you know, what if I put the shadow going the other way? Yo, I'm gonna try it, y'all. I'm gonna try this. I don't know if it's gonna work. Yeah, that's also a pretty big problem with cats. Our cats have gotten pretty good at, like, seeing us coming and getting out of the way, though. Like, it's funny, I'll just walk across the room, like, super fast, and, like, at least one, sometimes two cats will be like, oh, fluff, and just go bolting across the room to get out of the way. It's kind of hilarious. Yeah. I try to, like, walk in a specific way. What? I have no idea what an objection dot video is, lol. Yeah, for real. Cats can go from like 0 to 60 a lot faster. But no, with cats I try to what was I saying? I try to walk a certain way so that, you know, like I'm pretending that I don't see them and I'm pretending that like, oops, I accidentally stepped on you. But I'm actually like moving my feet in like this certain way so that when it does collide with them, uh, it like scoops them up and throws them out of the way instead of stepping on them and putting my weight on them. And like, I try to put a little bit of force into that, and I know it sounds mean, but like, it's better than the one time I'm not paying attention and I accidentally step on them and actually put all my weight down. You know, that they avoid that the time I'm not paying attention. So there needs to be a deterrent in the meantime, even though it's a tough learning process because I need them to stay alive. And honestly, that's a lot of my logic between how my dog training goes. I try to focus on things that will keep this dog alive, like do not go on asphalt. Stay on sidewalk. That's an important life-saving teaching thing. Do not tug. When I call you, you need to come back right away. There could be something dangerous, so recalls can actually save that dog's life. You know? And I try to take him out there at like uh just after 5:30 in the morning, like just before 6 in the morning, because at 6 in the morning there's this sprinkler that goes off. It sounds just kind of like a mix between a snake and a dying bird. And so Bubby's little hunting instinct goes off when he hears it, and then I call him back. And it's basically training under distraction, you know? reinforcing that behavior. So if that was a real snake and he ran for it, I could call him and stop him before he got to the snake and save his life. Never heard of it. These need to be a little bit softer. The music stopped again. I wonder if we're finally at the end of the playlist or if it's just another hey, are you still watching kind of deal. Honestly, I can't believe I'm still going. Normally by now I would have given up. It's been like 4 hours. No, like my streams are supposed to be 5 hours. That's the goal, no more, no less. Let's actually do a 5-hour stream, huh, y'all? Besides, it's October. Get some value out of my stuff. I'd say as if my voice isn't dying anyway. Hey, I'm not sure if you're still here, Avari, but this is that other cheat I was trying to tell you about. I selected opaque on the color, filled in everything on the shadow layer, and instead of like drawing the shadow in, I'm erasing the shadow to add highlight. Yeah, as you can see, it's like the whole thing is shadow now, and instead of adding shadow, I'm removing shadow. Yeah, that's what it looks like without the colors. This always looks so cool when I have like just the shading showing up. It's so like, I don't know, it just looks very cool to me. Y'all recall, Aviari was the one who inspired me to do that poem on the ending screen one, or the Moonglow one that has me and Feraligator and Coco and Misa on it. Avari does poems for like almost all of the things he posts, and it is very impressive. But he actually writes them himself. I just use song lyrics from a song I like. Well, I should say from an album I like that a lot. Hope y'all can still hear me. My voice is gone. Are you sure? Yeah, for real. Fair enough. There it is. That's all we got for today. This one's actually very close to being finished. It has very little left for it to be finished. I might just finish this during the off stream so I have something to upload. Then again, I'm kind of ahead of schedule, so I don't do that. I can't actually drink coffee. The caffeine really messes with me. Done with faint. On to Zon. God dang it. You're right. I know, right? Like, I have a sleep disorder and I can't drink caffeine. That's what everyone always says. First is like, why don't you just drink some coffee and wake yourself up? It's like, okay, imagine your life if there is no drug that can wake yourself up. Stop by a Starbucks and instantly change everything, you know? So we're gonna play an ad and move on to the next one. Oh, I do have, I do have Adderall and levothyroxine, which are helping a bit to keep me awake. But as I may have mentioned earlier, I ate my breakfast and took my meds at the same time, and the levothyroxine doesn't absorb if you have food in your stomach when you eat it. So I didn't get my full dose. Yeah, I mean, there's also modafinil. That one didn't work for me, but modafinil and the upgraded version, armodafinil, are great options. Well, tea has caffeine anyway. Like, you realize that the active ingredient in tea is still caffeine, right? Y'all are killing me. Uh, the... The, Yeah, no. Modafinil was developed by the Air Force because they needed to have people up in the air for a very long time. For like double shifts for important military maneuvers and stuff. They would have them take modafinil, which would help keep them awake while they were in the sky and could stay up there longer. The modern version of it is armodafinil. When I tried taking modafinil, it just caused nausea and headache as side effects. And I'm like, okay, that's fine. Maybe these side effects will get worse over time. Well, sorry, will get better over time because they usually do if your body gets used to it. But the problem was I fell asleep after taking the modafinil. So it clearly wasn't doing whatever it was supposed to do, because that should not be possible for me to fall asleep on modafinil. And my doctor said, yeah, no, this ain't like a antidepressant. It doesn't take like a really long time to work. Either it works when you take it the first time, or it doesn't, and it doesn't actually get better. Because, you know, with antidepressants, you need to take them for at least a month before you know if it's going to work or not. But, no, modafinil's not that. So then I tried armodafinil, and that one caused my skin to feel like it was on fire. Like, not even like formification or like the kind of thing that would happen during an allergic reaction or a histamine response. No, it was like, I don't know, I want to say nerve pain, what it felt like. But in my skin, it was horrible. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There aren't that many herbal uppers. Or herbal uppers. Like, I mean, I guess there's kratom. But, I mean, that's arguable whether that's an upper or not. I'm not sure if ketamine counts as herbal or not. I mean, I know it's controlled, but, you know, just because it's herbal doesn't mean it's a controlled substance. So I don't actually know if ketamine is artificial or herbal. I've never taken that, so wouldn't know. I had to look into it like a few years ago because my RLS suddenly got way worse, but I ended up finding a more sustainable solution. A solution I had to quit recently, but it doesn't matter. It's fine. My solution that I was taking that was a sustainable solution stopped working after like 2 years of me having taken that solution. But I had a backup, so it was fine. I'm on gabapentin now, which is what people with RLS are supposed to be taking. And it only took us a while to figure it out because I was feeling the pain the most in my arm, with the knee being like, the leg pain being secondary to the pain I was feeling in my arm. So took us a while to realize that it was RLS. But no, I'm on gabapentin for it now, so I can quit the CBD and restore my tolerances. And that's the only reason it stopped working, was because my tolerance got too high. Yeah, coffee and soda have significantly more. Oh, my voice is dying. Hey, Drobes, how you doing? I saw you earlier in gym stream. Welcome in. But yeah, like, don't let my experience put you off of the modafinil or armodafinil. Those are really good medications. They're very hardcore, and like I said, it was developed as a weapon by the US Air Force. So, you know that stuff's hardcore. I am pretty tired and my voice is totally dead. I'm trying to do my best to tough it out until the end of the stream. Okay, so I am actually going to draw an outline of where the ear should be. Yeah, I used to love tea, but like, you know, the caffeine just affects me too bad. I still have some herbal teas, but not the same. I tried decaf tea for a bit, but I was still getting like a lot of problems. And then, so I looked it up and it turns out decaf tea, as well as decaf coffee, is not caffeine free. It actually still has a ton of caffeine in it. I also had to be careful for a good portion of my life because one of the first treatments they tried to give me to fix my sleep disorder was theophylline. And if you take theophylline and caffeine at the same time, you run the risk of dying. It's very dangerous, and you could die. It could give you a heart attack. So I had to be very careful about what I drank and avoid caffeine like the plague because it was literally a life or death situation. I don't take it now. I still have asthma, but I don't know. I feel like my asthma is pretty under control. I go running very regularly and that helps. It's the Teddy Roosevelt treatment for asthma, which weirdly works. Yeah, I suppose, but it's still a lot. Again, I used to be on theophylline, so I couldn't even handle that much without it being dangerous. And even afterwards, like, I was still feeling the effects of the caffeine, so I clearly am... Like, you gotta keep in mind, a lot of people develop tolerances to caffeine, and I have no caffeine tolerance since I don't drink it, so even when I have even a little bit, it hits me harder. That ear was a little frustrating to do. It can be, depending on what it is. Like, everyone wants to think herbal or natural is good and always safe, but you have to keep in mind cyanide is natural. No. Cyanide is 100% herbal and natural. Nightshade is 100% herbal and natural. Like, yeah. Just because it's natural doesn't mean it's safe. Oh, that's much better. And it avoids by tangent lines. That's much better. I'm gonna do it that way. Are you saying the way I have it now is too large, or that I should make it larger? You want me to shrink where it is now, or do you want me to make it larger from where it is now? Having a hard time lining it up with anything on the layer below. I was drawing it more in I was interpreting it more as a profile. But let's see what I can do. Thank you, Drowberry. I put a lot of work into it. This is from multiple years of building up my assets. Okay, looks like we get to line for a couple seconds before the timer runs out. What do you know? Timer ran out. Only got one line done. But hey, we're on the lining phase. That's the important part, and I'm probably gonna crop this into a vertical canvas later. Let me put that on a text layer. Thank you, Kamajots. That is good to hear. See you next Friday. Take care. Alright, so as you can see, Kamajots, I have that written down as a note on it, so next time we begin, I know to adjust it. Last one on the list is Super Johnny, who just had to leave. Good night, Super Johnny. I'll see you next time. We're gonna play an ad and then work on that. See you next Friday, Astrid. Thank you for stopping by. is supposed to be a timer. Thank you very much. No worries. Like I always say, real life comes first. You have to take care of yourself. If you want to stay, there's only about 15 minutes left of stream, but you have to take care of yourself, and your health is more important than catching those 250 raid points. The struggle is real. Thank you for the well wishes for Alligator. Take care of yourself and get some rest. This is the last one.
Devotion. Devotion to that which no sunlight is visible. Dusk. Sundown. The natural satellite up in the night sky in its glorious phases. Our only light in this darkened time. Rejoice, my children. The stages from waning to
Good
waxing.
night, everyone. Thank you all for sticking with me through all this. It was a long day.
The moon's glow is upon us with delight. Each and all of you of this wonderful cult of night.
I'll see y'all next week.